Well, welcome in to the Reinhardt stream. Let's go. Let's get started. Wow, I didn't put any intro music on. Oh my goodness. Well, that's okay. I'm here now. Look. Everything's gonna be okay. Let's get to work. Well, there is much work to be done, folks. Yes, I have been redrawing and redrawing and redrawing this capsule art. And would you believe it? It's still not done. So that's what we're going to work on today. Major changes that I made to it. The Gantz face I've redrawn countless times, and this is now the face that I've chosen. I like the stylization. I like the vibe. I like the flippy hair. And so we got to color him in. And I completely redrew the orc. Completely. Except for the axe. He's got... everything's new. His face is new. Look at his face. I chose the most delicious brush. Well, it's a pencil. It's like a, let's see, what is it actually? It's a line drawing pen. And it is, look at this, how like messed up these lines are. Look at how crumbly and chunky and fucked up these lines are. Isn't that awesome? Look at these, look at the texture. Look at these missing pixels. It's like raw. And it has just, I don't know, something. Luth Fialdi, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome. First in chat. Let's go. So I am really excited using this brush because there's just like, I don't know. It's just like, feels like I'm using like a real pencil or something. It's got a flavor to it. So that's what I was drawing yesterday with this new pen. And I was just like, look at these crumbly lines. It's just, oh, yes. Look at the expression, the expressiveness of Gant at this point. He's just like pissed. And so is this orc. I am early Todd. It is it. Yes. My time's completely backwards, guys. But if I don't stream this morning, then I won't stream today. I'll be asleep when I normally stream. I will be always... I like have 26 to 28 hour long days. So it's like... I'm always kind of more moving forward with my schedule. Slowly through the nights. Into the days. Back into the nights. So be patient. I'll be back at normal scheduled time. So I did the line work yesterday. I did all this beautiful line work. And it's the first time I've really used crumbly lines like this. These like kind of crumbly, fucked up lines. And I can't get over how much I like it. And so I did that line work. And I did the flats. So the orc here, he needs to be completely colored in. So we're going to be painting him out. And we're going to paint out Gant's face. And I was considering redrawing Gant's arm, but I'm just going to leave it for now. Because it does have a polish on it that I want to try to recapture that polish on the face before I make any changes. But yeah. So this is the capsule art. It's coming along. I had a bit of a redesign on the orc. I could show you the old art. See how ugly it was. So here was the old one. So the issue I had with this one was I didn't like the orcs. I mean, I went through and like completely polished all this And I liked how, like, in a vacuum, I liked how it polished. What a man, I'm just hang here while developing my game. Let's go. Hell yeah, great art. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's what we're all about, man. Work along. I added like probably about 1,000 new songs to the playlist today, so we're gonna be listening to some fresh tunes today. I'm excited about the some of the synth music that's about to play. So anyways, I like this orc in a vacuum, but he's not, there's no relationship between these two. Like, he's not looking at Gantz, Gantz not looking at the orc. There's no relationship between these two. And that's because I drew them in a vacuum. I didn't draw them together. And there wasn't enough interaction. So because their faces weren't really facing each other, I was like, all right, I'm just going to draw something new. And I tried to give him like the super muscly hunched over look, but it ended up not having enough neck. So I needed to give him more neck. That was another thing I didn't like. And generally just wanted to redo the anatomy in the arm. And Gantz, it was the same issue. He wasn't quite looking in the right place, and his face wasn't quite right. It just wasn't, the anatomy's kind of off, the perspective's kind of off. I didn't like it. So I drew this instead. After much deliberation, rough sketches, backs and forths, and now there's more interaction. They're more connected, and I think Gant looks way sicker, and I can't wait to, we're going to paint him up. So he's going to look way better once we like get all the polish on him, and the same with the orc. And I just think there's more vibe. There's more, the anatomy is more correct. And yeah. So yeah. And this whole middle section is going to be like covered with the logo and stuff. So we're not really going to see a lot of this like middle stuff too much. So I'm not really worried about this middle section too much. In fact, if anything, I want to like simplify it, but we'll see. Textured lines, how's it going? Let's go, beta. Yes! Look at these crumbly textured lines. Do you see this? Do you see? Beta, do you see these lines? Do you see them? Do you see? You see how these lines are just like chewed up and just imperfect and messy and just crumbly and delicious? There's something so satisfying about it. I still have some of the old line work in the picture. So like if we look at, for instance, the like axe and the sword, you see these lines are completely smooth and they're somewhat devoid of character, little bits of pencil graphite. Yeah. And so like I decided for the weapons, I'm going to leave the kind of perfect lines, the digital art lines, and the same for his armor, because I figured it's a little ethereal, a little magic. And I also didn't want to redo the lines on like the potion bottle and stuff. These sorts of things, it kind of like seems okay with me that the lines aren't as crumbly. They can have like a otherworldly quality, like a magical quality to them. But like his arm, for instance, has the old arms, the old lines. So they're really smooth. And that's why I want to redraw the arm to bring in the crumbly lines for the arm. But the armor, I'm just going to leave it. Because by golly, I like it. Look at this shoulder. Didn't that look good? That feels good. So now we have to polish. We mainly just need to polish the orc. Get him painted, paint Gant's face, and paint his beard and stuff. But I think the capsule art feels good. I'm starting to like it. I liked the other one for a time, and then I hated it. So hopefully I'll continue to like this one. I'm sure eventually I will hate it too. Good old arms, that's right, that's right. Nice touch going all natural. I just like the crumbly. I've been trying to figure out how to put more texture more life into my digital art. And I decided with this one, like I'm going to be putting like a noise, purlin noise over the top to give it kind of like a grainy texture. And I think also as we paint, I should get more, like the way that I'm going to use the blend and the type of brush that I paint with, I want to try to get more texture out of it. So we might have to like experiment with some different brushes. Or I might just stick with this brush that's called the Bear brush and not do too much blending. Leave things kind of a little bit rough. So why don't we get to work? It's going to be a long stream. There's going to be a lot of work to get done. Digital art takes a long time. I've already spent like 80 plus hours on this picture, but that's because I like am completely like redrawing sections and just bringing the piece together little by little. And it also involves like the logo work that I had to do as well. So it's like, there's a lot of work that is going into it, but it's an important piece of art for the game. Leave things a little bit rough. That's right. We like tree puns here. So I don't know where to start. Should I start on Gant's face or on the orc? Where do you guys want to start? Do you care? You got this, dude. Time to get back to your report summaries, but I'm lurking. Thanks for the lurk, man. And good luck with your reports. I'm all about the co-working streams. No. I wanted to not do this on shuffle. We're going to listen to some synth-ass music right now. Do what you want. What you really, really want. You're always singing little karaoke songs. Was that Spice Girls? And I'm supposed to use that as inspiration? Honestly, I sing Spice Girls all the time. It's one of those earworms that's permanently etched into my brain. If you want to be my lover. It's sadly etched in my brain forever. And I find myself randomly singing it, and I'm like, I don't even like Spice Girls. What the hell? What the hell, bro? We're gonna start on Gant's face. So if I do this with Bearman, it's got like a blend to it, but no texture. We could do this with the Goosh, Dry Goosh. I'm gonna try to get a little more texture with this how do you say it? Goosh brush. The gooch. What's up, Expanded? It's going pretty good. Welcome to my rare day stream. When my sleep schedule meets the daylight. Feels weird, man. I prefer the night, but sometimes the night turns into the day. What am I to do? This artist, this musician, his name Glasses, and he's like this really talented piano synth player. And I just added like everything he made on Spotify. Because he's just not only a talented piano player, but he has a good taste for like synth tones and stuff. So it's cool. I'm all for it. So we're going to be getting synthy for a while. See what his discography has to offer. Unless you're on YouTube, then you're going to be hearing the lo-fi music. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do for the music for the game, and I'm certainly been compiling my thoughts about it. But it'll all, I'm sure, come to a head at some point, and I'll sit down and start putting beats together. Some fat beats. Oh, interesting. So like when I bring in like a different color, it starts to blend. You haven't watched in like 3 months, been asleep every time you stream? Well, I'm glad we could meet up. Welcome in. Oops. Mega zoom out. So if I want to maintain that texture, I'm going to have to not do different colors. So he's like an insane piano player. He does these really sick, like, game music covers. So we're gonna give his Spotify page a few plays because he didn't get enough plays. He's just so good. Hopefully I'll be able to get this piece close to finish today. That would be awesome. Save. Like this is not like MIDI. I mean, it is MIDI, but he's like playing this music live. Like this is how good this guy is. He's fucking crazy. He's crazy. My game music will not sound like this. Wait, what? Why'd you stop? I think my computer's struggling with this massive piece of art I'm working on. But this is some Chopin, but like, why are you struggling? Everything okay? He's just so fast. It's too much for my entire system to handle. That was scary. Just this piece of art has like so many layers that it's starting to swallow up all the memory. And I'm here I'm adding more detail. So it's like, it's only getting worse. Whatever happens, happens. The Chopin stuff is insane. I think we heard that one. So I got a few repeats. You can't repeat the Donkey Kong Country track. You can just play it for 16 hours, counts as one play. Well, fair enough. What about this? Try to only play the new stuff I added to the list today. It's all fresh stuff. Let me jump around a little bit. Are you going to be writing music for the game? Yeah, I'm just still focused on the art. But, you know, I broke out the piano and I've been starting to jam here and there. But I don't think it won't like fully start to come together until I start writing some beats. Get some drum beats going, some fat beats, and I'll have a better idea what I'm gonna do. Song breaks my rule of no words. No, I can't even really understand what he's saying. Sorry, broke the rules. It's a good song, but I've got rules. And what is life without rules? Rules. Gib, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you.
Jive Deck just subscribed.
Welcome in. Is that a Prime sub lying around about to just wanted to show a little appreciation? Thank you. Well, I will do my best to make it a welcoming and chill out atmosphere. Hopefully you can focus up with us and make shit. Make stuff. Let's do it. Let's craft the world, you know? Piece it together. What's up, zombie? I love you. Hope you're having a good day at work. You're just bragging on you to a coworker? I see, I see. Well, hello to coworker. Hope you guys are having a good day. Good kickoff to your week. Grandson is getting into programming and immediately started talking about you. Oh, it is a long road. I find it very rewarding. I just noted yesterday that my code base has over 20,000 lines of code so far. And all handwritten by me. What made me look into it was someone commented on one of my streams on YouTube, like off-stream comment, that they're like, I should gate my source code. And I was like, gate source code? What do you mean? And I think what they meant was like gatekeep it, meaning I shouldn't show people my code. You know, everyone knows what gatekeep is. It's like, I was like, whoa, you know, what the code that I show on stream is like a mere fraction of what's fully there. I mean, you might see like maybe 1,000 lines of code while you're coding with me, but there's 20,000 lines of code. So it's like, and it's not like what I'm doing is trade secret, you know. It's like, it boils down to just content, you know. It's a lot of code. It certainly is. Well, I've been working on the game for about a year, and it's built up. What can I say? It's coming together little by little. And I don't mind sharing what's going on behind the scenes, you know? That's the whole reason we're here, is to get into the nitty-gritty of it. And I think that's maybe like something a lot of game devs are afraid to do, is put their work out there, because they think people will steal it or whatever. And, you know, it's not an invalid concern, but one might argue that it's more important to get out there and to be noticed, to be worth stealing from. Because if no one knows what you're doing, then how do you expect to market your game? You know, it's like, I'd rather like incur the cost of what attention brings, because it's the price you have to pay. It's like, as soon as you have, it's with anything, as soon as you have a successful product in any capacity, people are going to be out there trying to mimic and ride the coattails of your success. So don't let it stop you. That just sent me on a tangent, zombie. Just reminded me that happened. I was like, yeah. Just wanted to say something about it on stream. It's come up before. I've even heard other like game dev streamers talk about how they've had their shit actually stolen from them. But I'm like, I'm not telling you guys everything. I'm keeping secrets from you. Oh yes, there are secrets. A beautiful tangent. You flatter me. I never. That's why your hair is so big. It's full of secrets. Still getting used to me having no hair, huh? I quite like it. I do declare. People bully you, but I feel blessed by the bullying, because I've never really been bullied all my life. I've been beautiful, and finally I have a flaw, and like people will make fun of you, and like when they ridicule you for something that you can't change about yourself, you learn something about life, something valuable. And you want to know who gives me the most shit? It's people who are like struggling to like start shaving their head because they're balding, or it's people who like bullying themselves are like outwardly bullying me. And I'm like, thanks. It's kind of weird, but I finally got used to it, and I like it. Love you without hair. Kind of cold today, so I've been hooding up. I personally love it, especially when I do like a fresh shave with a razor. Put a little bit of jojoba oil up there. After like exfoliating, it gets so soft. It's so nice. Oh God, stretch, guys. Get your stretch. Oh, damn, that was a good one. 'Cause you are fucking gorgeous. Yeah, it's like sometimes after I shave, I'll just be sitting there just like literally just like rubbing my head. Like just relaxing, you know? And then when I take showers, you know, the water just hits directly onto my scalp. So it's like really like, it's like ASMR. You get like the goosebumps and stuff. It's just like, oof, feels really good. Not to mention, never wake up with bedhead. It's really easy to look like polished with it, you know? And also super consistent. When I had hair, like I was always like a little different every day. And now I'm like whoosh, super consistent. So yeah, I actually like really love it. I love everything about it. That's just because I'm old and getting wise. I want to dial that back a little bit. Interesting. Coolio with the good vibes. Welcome in, man. It's the best. Roku, what's going on? Hello. Not bad. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. Just working on the capsule art here. Just got to paint up the guy's face. It's a new face I drew for him. And then we got to paint up the orc. But, and there's that. Very nice. Thank you. Good to hear. Yeah, so things are coming along. I'm hoping that I can finish the capsule art the next day or so. Because I'd really like to move on beyond the capsule art. Because I keep having to come back to it because I haven't been like fully satisfied with it. But it's starting to feel right, at least from like a shape language point of view. And so now it's like we just gotta bring in the paints, bring in the flavors. Ghibli music, yeah. Better than what I can draw. Well, you have to be satisfied with what you're making, and for me, it has to survive my mood cycles. You know, like I have to be able to look at it for like a couple of weeks and love it every day. Because every day, every moment, I'm like a little bit different. You know, different moods, different stress levels, different, you know, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes whatever. And I have to be able to like, it has to pass all the tests. And I think this one, it's one of those things where I have to get it to a point where I can just be like good enough and I can just move on. And I think it's at that point where I feel like this is it. And then I just have to lay down some paint to finish it. And I think I'm ready. Because before I made these changes, I was like, things need to change. Things that need to change about it. And I made those changes, and I think I'm done making changes. As you can see, I'm on version 25 of the picture. So, oh, it's a lot. Sword looks really good. Yeah, I thought it came out pretty good. I still need to do more for the hilt. We gotta like get this gem to look gem-like. And then we need to like put some texture and something on the hilt. But the blade is done. Blade's good to go, except for a little bit of polish. But like there's this yellow overlay layer that needs to get cleaned up. But other than that, but for now we're catching up the face, getting some paint on it, and then yeah, then we'll be painting at work. While listening to Ghibli and all kinds of new stuff. I added a bunch of new stuff to the playlist today, and so that's what we're listening to. Which includes a little bit of Ghibli. This is actually a lot of the music from Howl's Moving Castle. And I got a lot of little like treats on the playlist today. Like the colors on the sword. Yeah, like I just brought out this purple behind his arm yesterday, and I felt like it did well with the magenta pinks that are on the sword. And now it's a little bit more teal right behind his head. And then I darkened the leaves and the sides of the tree, so the tree like looks more glowy in the middle, which is gonna make sense when the logo is in the middle. Because the logo is going to act as like a source of light. And then there's going to be like ambient daylight. That's what this like blue counter reflected light is. And I'm just imagining there's just generally kind of like a top shadow. But I'm like mainly working with like kind of an ambient light sort of vibe with like a top down light with a little bit of this reflected light stuff. I need to get better at lighting. It's something I'm going to struggle with. But like this scenario, I feel like I should be. One thing I've been telling myself as I've been working on my lighting is I've been like, I light every little piece too much. Like I put too much light as if everything's perfectly illuminated. But I feel like even his face would be like probably a little bit more blocked. But his face is important, so I'm gonna like light it up. I just need to do more light studies and get better at it. But I am stoked on the line work right now for the new additions to this picture, and I'm also really liking this this Gucci brush or gauche. I don't know how to pronounce it. Feels good. Oh, it's a good book series? Really? I only ever knew it from the anime. Always wonder how Miyazaki would find some random British book series to make a movie from. Is that what he did? I never knew. I'm learning so much today. Are the humans on the side of the tree, or is it either competing to element of nature? It is. This is a wood elf. He's got the big elven ear. He is. This is the actual character that you are. You are the protagonist, and it is this guy, Gant, whose soul is bound to the tree. So he's infused with the tree. And so like before he's infused to the tree, it's like showing him fighting as in his elven form before the fusion happens. And so the tree in the background is kind of like a foreshadowing, but the tree also represents something else. But Right. We got Gant locked in. Why don't we take a little biscotti break? Biscotte. That's Gant with the face. I do still have to colorize his lines. So we can do that before we move on to the orc. But this calls for a celebration. I will have almond biscottis. It tastes like shortbread. Delicious almond extract. Dipped in coffee. I'm drinking cow tipper coffee. I don't know why they called the coffee cow tipper. Doesn't taste like tipped cows at all. Coffee lava! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in.
Come on.
Coffee, thank you for the follow. How was it? How was stream? Or she sent us here? Nice. What's up, little boy? Welcome in, welcome in. Oleski, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys. How was stream? Average IQ programming? I like that tag. I'm creating the capsule art for the game. I'm creating a tower defense game. Here I can run the game for you guys. For those of you who have not seen it yet. The tower is the tree, and you must protect tree. And you have enemies coming in from the right and the left. You got orcs and trolls, and there's like stormcasters and goblins and all kinds of other enemies that I'm not revealing yet. And then you use these nodes to build up basically like your little towers, but like it's like a tower that you're building up a bunch of like weaponry and stuff to like fight back. And then you gotta like protect it by like upgrading and healing. And when your purple bar on the bottom maxes out, it's like your X bar, you will earn a card. Oh, I just like slowed down the animation because I'm like trying to like work out all this stuff. So ignore how gross it looks right now. I need to recompile it so it animates quickly because it's on like nearest neighbor rendering. So of course all the pixels are like looking totally jank. But I was just working on getting the scroll bar stuff to work, which I did get working, by the way, guys. Last stream I was like trying to get that working. And I'm building the game in C++ and SDL2. I'm doing the entire game from scratch. There's no game engine. So I had to get the scroll bar to work in this scenario. And so that's why I added a bunch of like extra text in here to test it. And that's just on the off chance that like the translations have like way extra long text for some reason. So then you would like select a card and then you'd be able to play like cards in your deck and stuff. So that's the deal. I have one response to the butt, the cake butt, every time. Nice muscles. Thank you, man. So like this is just going to be the capsule art that goes, you know, that's on the Steam app page. And yeah, I'm just trying to get it together. But yeah, I'm doing all the pixel art, all the programming, all that stuff. So yeah, that's the story of my life. Right now I'm taking a biscotti break. And yeah, like what were you working on, Coffee? I look on your streams every now and then, and I see you're always like coding. Are you working on like a particular thing, or what's your mission? What's it all about?
Come on.
Evo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You worked on a scuffed build system. What are you working with? What are you coding with? I mean,
Come on.
it's gotta. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Let's go C++. Well, here. Since I need to compile the code anyways, let's take a peek at the C++. Since you guys are coming from a code stream, I need to transition you into digital art. C++. SDL2. I'm going to try and implement SDL3 once it feels stable enough with the extra, like the add-ons, like the font add-on, an image. So right now I wasn't able to like build it. But like within the last month, they like put out like a stable build of SDL3. This is the new class I've been working on, the card class. And so yeah, like I just realized I got like this extension where you can count code, all the code that's like in a folder. And I came to realize that my code base for my engine so far has over 20,000 lines of code. I've been writing it for about a year. That's a lot of lines. So this animation should be quick now. The flip. Flip. Here you go. That's your code. That's your taste of code. Oh no, I dropped a biscotti in my coffee. Just never go full C++, then you get C#. What, Timp? You don't recommend C++? Do you not like C# or do you prefer it? That's a lot of lines. Yep. It sure is, man. I mean, it's got to be over half the code base. This week, I just got the localization infrastructure in. And I'm doing like a pretty like straightforward, like scalable localization technique. I mean, I'm using SQL for what I'm doing. I'm using SQLite. And so we got a table with an ID and a key. And then we got our translations table, which is ID, key, language, and text. And that looks like this. And so, yeah, I mean, I got the localization infrastructure in place, which feels pretty good. We also just added the card table. Or she's like, I sent this here. Everyone thought you sent us here, Orshi. How you doing, man? Used it for years, year or so, and every time you over-design the object-oriented programming and coded myself into a corner and never got anything done? Really? I mean, from what I understand, C# is like a higher level framework than C++, so you should have more tools to do stuff. What's up, Karani? Mr. Almeida, thank you for the sub. Let's go, 4 months. You've been napping?
Almeida just subscribed.
Or she, I hope you're well rested, my friend. Almeida, let's go. Thank you so much, man. What's up? I'm just having some coffee and some biscottis. I just finished painting his face. The Gant, the dude on the left side. And I still need to colorize his lines. And then we're going to move over to the orc and paint him up. Because he's just flatted right now. But this is like my 25th version of this file. I've been reworking this art a bunch because like I feel like I'm more confident in my pixel art and my like coding than my art. But I need a capsule art for the game, so it has to come together. So that's why I'm like, hopefully this will be the final stream of like working on the capsule art. I swear I've put like over 80 hours plus into this picture. Because I've been redrawing it and redrawing it. It's crazy. Just want to get back to the deck builder system. But we got to get done what we got to get done. All right, last biscotti. Just be sitting here eating these all day. No prob, you're enjoying the art? Well, thanks, man. Looks great. Appreciate that. Looks good. I think after the final finish, it will look great. Yeah, I am feeling way better about the shape language of these guys. Because, like, let me show you what I just added yesterday. I'm get situated here. I was eating Trader Joe's biscottis. Biscotti. Get the crumbs off my fingers. Get the glove on. There's probably ways to use it better than I did, but when I stopped, I suddenly felt I couldn't make, that you could make something completely competently. Capsule art is the worst. It's a pain in the butt, but like, it's got to get done. And it's like a huge time suck, and I'm like, I want to make the game, you know? So this is the new like line work that I did. So I started by adding the face, and I use this new brush where I'm using like these really crunchy, crumbly lines. See how they're all kind of like a little bit fucked up? And I'm like super excited about it because it looks really natural and awesome. And it gave me this like energy when I was drawing it that like I don't know, I felt more at home with it. So I redrew this guy's face because the old face wasn't looking good. So this one I'm hoping has more like expressiveness and connects more with the orc. And then I just completely redrew the orc. Like I threw out the old thing, which I like spent like literally 20 hours plus on like rendering the old orc. Completely threw it out, then started over. And this is like the same brush, crunchy lines, crumbly, delicious, pixely lines. And so I drew up the orc. And so yeah, that's what I did yesterday. And I got to, now I just have to paint them up, which is what we're going to do right now. After I colorize the lines on Gant's face. So I just finished painting him up. And I'm using this like gooch brush to like give all this like texture. And I'm like really trying to like create texture to give it like life, you know? Just give it some granularity. Can you show us the first iteration? Yeah. This is what it was. This is what I didn't like about it. I mean, obviously I kept like a lot of the weapons are good and the, like a lot of the anatomy on Gant is fine. I didn't like the face. I felt like they weren't connecting. Like they don't look like they're looking at each other, basically. There's no connection between them. They're just kind of like, it's like I drew two separate pictures. And the thing is, I drew each picture individually in my sketchpad before I did it digitally. And I didn't draw them together. So that was the problem. So then I ended up like drawing them, and I didn't really think about it until after I had looked at it when they were both kind of done. And I'm like, wait a second. I didn't think about they need to have a relationship. Like they're not actually fully connecting. And so I was like, all right. And as I was exploring that, I realized I wanted to change some things about the orc's anatomy. I wanted to give him more of a neck, and I wanted to make him bigger. And I just wanted to change the face of Gant. So this is the old guy. This is the old one. Now to switch to this. So you can see the face, they're more actually looking at each other now. And the faces are way more expressive, and they're more like in the moment. Like you can see Gant's hair is like, he's receiving the impact of like the axe against his shield, and his hair kind of expresses that motion. And I think he just looks cooler as well. His anatomy looks cooler. It's more inspired by like stylization that I personally really appreciate. And then the orc, I just totally overhauled him, made him way bigger. Like his arm is like more bent, like an L shape now, because it's bigger. The face, I think, is just way more expressive, just better. I use that better brush, and yeah, I think it's just better overall. Know what I mean? It's 1,000 times better. Yeah. I had to like I said, I'm on version 25 of the photo, and there's elements of the old one that I liked, and it was mainly with Gant and his shield and his sword and his arm. And I really like how this like shoulder came out. Like this armor, I feel it's rendered really nicely. Feels good. And I also like, you know, the belt and like the potion and stuff. That feels good. And so I didn't want to change any of that stuff. I just wanted to change his face. And yeah, like it just feels better. It's more of a vibe now. There's a big difference. So like the way that I have to do things, and you guys like will see me do this live on stream, I make what I make, and I have to like experience it and look at it for a while before I can see that it's wrong. And so like you'll see me like double down on something that's wrong, and it'll take me a while to like step away from it long enough to then see like, okay, this is what I need to fix about it. And even that old picture, it had gone through several iterations of me fixing things. And so there was a lot about it that I wanted to keep. But this was like another round of like self-edit. And it was a kind of a revamp. But it wasn't losing the essence of the picture. You know, composition and stuff's all basically the same. But there was just, you know, key differences. Drawing is such a great skill. Thanks, man. Connection is not there. Yeah, like exactly. And I wasn't confident. I didn't like the look of the anatomy on the orc and stuff. And so there's a bunch of stuff, a bunch of reasons. Matisse, what's going on? Is it hard to learn right now as a technical person? Is it hard to learn art as a technical person? Hence programmer. No, I mean, yes. And I'll tell you what was hard about it. What was hard was believing in myself. Believing that I can. Because I think programming has a more immediate feedback loop where like it's either you get it right or you get it wrong right away and it runs. And then once you can get it running, then you learn, okay, now how do I like optimize it, make it better? And over time, you kind of like pick up things and you get better. But it's all like, you don't get it right away. You have to push and you have to work hard at it. But it seems like you can get your Hello World app like working right away. And as soon as your app is running, you feel way better than like the first like initial bad drawings you're doing and trying to like evolve as an artist. So it's easier to like go from, I had like imposter syndrome. I went to art college. I graduated with an art degree in media arts and animation. I did learn to draw, but I was surrounded by a bunch of people that were like already experts. They were like already masters, and they were my age, like in my early 20s at the time. And like, I just felt like, wow, I can't compete with those guys, and I need to just go and do something different. I don't think I can do this. And then I just kind of like got into programming and was just drawing as a hobby for a while. And it was the past few years, after like spending 20 years as a programmer, I decided enough is enough. I need to come back to my art roots and get back into it, because I miss drawing. I miss just getting into it. And the only way you're going to get good is by actually, it's the same as programming, learning different frameworks and stuff. You just have to learn the skills. You have to learn the techniques, and you have to keep pushing. You have to keep iterating. Like, your art is like never done, especially when you're working digitally. Like, you can just decide when it's like good enough, but like, it's just like I redrew this drawing because it wasn't right when I first did it. So I just keep correcting. I keep fixing. I stick with it till it gets good. I know nothing about this, but the muscles look much more realistic. Yeah, like I was going in for more of like a comic-y like stylization too, with like the little like lines, you know, kind of like adding like a little extra texture. So it was like a little bit more reason to hang on to the line work. And I got into this like crumbly like pencil, and it just felt, everything just felt more tighter and interesting, this approach. And I'm also taking another approach with the actual colors, where you can see like on the armor is really smooth and blended, but like on his beard and on his face, I'm trying to use this rough brush to give it more texture and try to make it more like more organic. What's up, Coden? Welcome in. Feel a lot lively. Yeah, I think that the pictures come more to life for sure. And we're gonna get some nice colors on the orc, and he's gonna like start to pop. And I'm way behind on on stream, or I mean on my chat here. Let me get caught up. Approaching any project with fresh eyes really helps. Oh yeah, for sure. Nice, looking pretty nice. Thanks, Coden. Writing on the phone, so a bunch of typos. It's all good, man. Loving the shadow and highlights going on. Thank you, Beta. Even though art is technical, right? There are technical skills in art for sure. And when you break away from the ego and you just do your best, and you come to understand like the fundamentals of what makes art good, I think like one of the most important things is like trying to figure out what you love about art, what makes it good for you, what makes you like it. And once you understand that, then you really start to study how do those things come to be. Like, what's their shape language? What's the technical, like the bones of it? How does it work? And then you learn to like make the bones, you know? You can draw, but you can't draw if you all understand what I mean. Everyone can draw, and you just have to not stop, basically. If you draw something and it's bad, that just means you stopped. Every drawing you make starts out bad. They all start out rough. That's just how it goes. And then you just slowly clean it up. Like I had like a very thick pen when I drew this orc. I took like a thick ass pen and I just kind of sketched it out super rough. And then I took that pencil and then just went over and like made each line matter, you know, got real stylized with each individual line. Because when I draw it rough, I'm thinking more about the proportions and the overall composition, the general like anatomy and stuff. And then when I come back and I'm doing like a pass to make the lines, kind of like inking in a way, I'm more thinking about the lines themselves. Are they an interesting shape? And like, what is their thickness like throughout the line, and what's their texture and stuff like that. So it's like I start with kind of a big picture, and then I get into like the individual detail as I render it. It was weird when I first met people who went to real art schools and they had made a grind it out mindset than programmers. they had more a grinded out mindset than programmers I knew. Yeah, like I think coders like tend to Adnib, what's going on? I think they, like I said, it's that immediate feedback loop, you know, so they don't feel like they necessarily need to grind because there's a lot of resources to just help you kind of jump the line. You know, like you just, if you're stuck on something, there's Stack Overflow, and now there's like the AI stuff that's like making Stack Overflow tank, by the way. I don't know if you guys know, but like Stack Overflow is starting to like dip in popularity massively because everyone's starting to use Chat GPT instead of going to Stack Overflow. You know, now Chat GPT is starting to like charge, you know, they're going to like get more into charging for it. And I wonder if they're always going to keep like a level of it free, but at least there'll always be Stack Overflow. Hopefully they'll keep it around for a while. In case the AI people get greedy and people become wholly dependent on it. But anyways, art, you have to just tough it out. It's either you fix it or you don't. Like there's no shortcut.
Come on.
Ad Nepal, thank you for the follow. I want to respond to your question, but we are on ads. But you said love the shoulder details and yellow lights on it. Whole art looks really neat. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'll be adding in all like the colors and shading on the orc next, but we're going to color the lines first. Besides the drawings you've been doing for practice, you've been drawing a lot with my kid. Already noticed that I can do much more. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, that's what it is, man. You do have to grind it out. Like I remember meeting one of my favorite comic book artists when I was like 13 years old and showing him my sketch pad, and he was just like, yeah, like you want to get better at art, just like find art that you love and trace it, you know, like take like take your newspaper and just like trace the photographs, like just try to understand proportions and, you know, the whole thing. All right, let's colorize these lines on Gantt, and then we'll move on. So I've always liked colorizing lines. And we don't need to do any texture on this. Whoops, let's get like this going. So it's going to just soften these lines up a little bit. And in some cases, you can use lines to do like additional lighting. And I feel like in this scenario, I kind of want to add like an extra like highlight on the ear. I'm going to do it with the lines.
Come on.
Can blend these together. Kenny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Out of curiosity, what resolution is the canvas art at? Well, I wanted this piece to be able to be printed as a poster. And so it's 600 DPI, and I think it might be 8x10 right now at 600 DPI, which means it can go down to 300, because when you print something, it has to be 300 DPI. And then, which would be double. And I think it was 8x10. So 20x16. So it'd be like a 20x16 poster size. So that's why it takes me a long time to like save. You'll see me take breaks as I'm like clicking the save button. Because it kind of takes a long time to save right now. What was the old hair color? Let's pull up the old one. Give me the hair line color. Is that the same as the skin? So right now I'm adding like a brown to the color, the hair lines. And this overall, it just kind of like softens the lines a little bit. If anything, I actually want to make it look slightly darker. Because I still want it to poke through on this like darker browns. So I know like right now this is like a really subtle thing, but I really like the effect. And you can even add like extra lighting into the lines when you do this. So like for the highlight on the hair, I can put like a brighter spot for the highlight in the lines. Give it like a little extra depth. These crumbly lines. I love them. I love it. Cool Coding, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome to my rare daytime stream. I'm usually streaming through the night, but my sleep schedule is like almost like a normal person right now. So you see me during the day. I'm almost normal. It's crazy. So it's a rare sighting that you'll see me at this time. But I like to do it every now and then because it helps me reconnect with the people who are used to be used to me streaming at these times. I was explaining earlier how I basically have 26 to 28 hour days, and I don't so it's like my sleep schedule is always getting moved forward. And so I'm doing my best to hold my sleep or my stream schedule locked down. But it's kind of hard when you fall asleep when you normally would be streaming. But don't worry, my stream schedule will forever be in flux until I decide to be more rigid about my schedule. Honestly, I prefer like nighttime because it's quieter and I'm just more of a night owl, but I'm kind of whatever. I'm kind of whatever, man. Bum, bum. Usually lurk while working. Today you're cooking dinner. Well, it's the perfect stream to lurk at because we just chill and we always work and occasionally we talk. I usually get more talkative towards the end of stream when I'm tired and like kind of winding down. But I'm currently in work mode. I really want to get through the painting the entire orc. So we got our work cut out for us today because like it would be nice to just be done with the capsule art so I can get back to coding. But I'm going to dedicate the entire stream today to getting the capsule art done. And hopefully that this is like the last big push for the capsule art and then I can just move on. We'll see. Time will tell. But I'm feeling good about like the techniques I'm using right now. So that's a good sign. All right, so now, so you can see I added the color lines and you can see like how it kind of softens things. Probably hard to tell, like to really tell. Mainly just see that highlight, but anyways, I like it. All right, let's continue adding. Well, let's see. Do I want to add like some highlight? I'll use the skin color for the highlight. So I'll just go like this. Oof, no, not that color. So we'll come back to this one. Just brighten it. So everywhere there's a highlight, just brighten the line. I'm gonna leave the outside line alone. Just like a slight added depth, and then we'll blur a little bit here. Oh, that's not gonna be able to tell. Make sure that those colors are blended in. Definitely what I'm doing right now is super subtle, so it might be hard to tell what I'm doing. You watched me 10 hours this year? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm in your top 5 viewed streams. Let's go. Why not pay someone else to do the art? Or it's like you want to control the direction of the games? Well, Matisse, my very first dream as a kid, before anything else, was to be a comic book artist. I wanted to succeed as a comic book artist. And I'm trying to, you know, realize that in some capacity, in some form. And I'm not making a comic book, but I'm just making some capsule art. Like, I want to be good enough to have like marketable art, just like my comic book heroes, you know, the people that inspired me to get into art to begin with. And it really is just, it's just a dream. Like, I just want to be able to do it. And the only way that I'm going to get good is by putting pressure on myself. Like, I need this to be good because I want the game to be marketable, right? And so having this scenario where I'm forcing myself to do something that I really need it to be good. And so it forces me to tap into the deeper part of my skill and try to maximize my capability in the moment. And it helps me improve and come closer to that dream. Like I've already been a professional coder for my entire life, professionally speaking. So I already know I can code. Like I don't need any validation for my code, really. When you've been doing something for 20 years, you just kind of know whether or not you can do it or not. You know, you're just like, okay, I'm all set. Let's do this darker color here. But yeah, that's my motivation. That's why I do it. Some call me crazy. The other thing is too, like, I think you got to be careful too where you spend your money as a game dev. And if you're gonna, and I've started a few businesses that have failed with other people, and by a few I mean two. I've had two other businesses with other people, not game studios or anything, but like just different businesses, and they didn't do well because there wasn't enough attention spent on like marketing, and the budget wasn't put into getting the name out there. The budget was put into creating like the products, creating like all the stuff that's like the creative stuff that I tend to do. But I was putting all sweat equity into it. But it's like, it's a long story. But I learned from all of that like, if I'm going to put money into this, instead of hiring an artist, I mean, it's not the worst thing. They actually, most people would recommend you hire someone for your capsule art, especially if you're not like totally sure of your skills. But I would rather save the money and get like a publicist or something, or like run an ad campaign, or just do different things to help get the name out there, make an impact from a marketing point of view, because that's where you should be sticking your money, because that's the tough part, and that's the part where you need to break through the most. And don't waste money on things that you can pretty much do yourself. Like, look, I'm not the best artist in the world, but I'm pretty like decent, and I know that if I keep at it, if I keep iterating on something, it can be a good enough art that it'll compete for people's attention. Like, I'm hoping that is the case. Like, and I'm gonna keep sitting here and reworking the art until it feels like that's what it's doing. But you could use that argument for anything. It's like, why code the thing? Why make pixel art? Why do anything, you know? It all costs money, and when you hire someone else to build something for you, they don't care about it as much as you do. Like, I guarantee if I hired an artist to draw this, they wouldn't be spending 100 hours on it like I have. But they also probably wouldn't need to spend 100 hours on it, because they'd probably just know what to do better. But anyways. Are you using the same program as your pixel art? No, I'm using Clip Studio Paint. As an indie, the author's voice is a huge part of the appeal. Yeah, I mean, I'm really starting to consider like hiring a publicist to help me with like getting like interviews and doing stuff to like put my voice out there. And it's going to be like thousands upon thousands of dollars to do if I do that. But I know that like if you do that, that's how you really break in. That's how you can be like a nobody, and suddenly people will start to notice. And once you start making an impact, You know, once you start getting noticed, then you have like the people's attention, and you won't need to like go as deep into the publicist debt. You know, you won't have to pay for it as much if you like are able to grab people's attention and then maintain that by like, you know, keeping your social media active and stuff like that. I'm currently going through, I'm gonna have to transition, because like my initial plan was hopefully to like break through on like TikTok, because that's like their algorithms built that you can actually get noticed more or less. And TikTok's closing in America in January. So I'm going to have to go and focus on YouTube as my primary social media outside of Twitch. And so I'm going to start doing shorts strictly. I mean, I was already doing shorts for YouTube and TikTok the same, but now it's going to be more focused on YouTube and trying to continue expanding my presence there. But currently haven't been making shorts and stuff like that, so it's kind of fallen out of that a little bit, which is bad. So I need to get better. But it's like I have a plan for what I want to do. It's just going to take some time to implement. You're not sure what a publicist would push me to? Well, there are game developer like oriented publicists that all they do is they focus on getting you out there. And like the whole point, I mean, I don't know either, but like it's getting you out to like magazines, to different, you know, websites, getting articles written about you, getting interviews, getting on podcasts, stuff like that, so that people can start to notice. And on top of it, you want to try to go viral if you can in some way. And the only way to do that is to really focus on how to do that. Get good at it. And currently, I just have been doing kind of like a very basic game log in short form. And there's things that I've been wanting to do to like improve it, but like haven't come back to it since I've like changed how I want to approach it. And it sucks. I mean, I've only been doing TikTok for half this year. And that's sadly, I haven't been able to really break through. Like, I think I got like 33 followers on TikTok, and I've not been doing enough like self-reflection and trying to like get better at it to make a deeper impact. Because once TikTok is done in America, I just won't be able to access that audience anymore. They'll be gone. Out of my reach. And so that sucks. So that's the one thing that makes me sad about it. But it's whatever. Like, I don't really care about TikTok in itself. Like, losing that doesn't really bother me. It's just the fact that I'm losing access to that audience. That sucks. Because the idea that I won't be able to reach them anymore and haven't been able to break through to them yet anyways. I mean, a little bit, but not like a lot. You know, you hope that you have enough time and that you like get lucky and you do that one thing that like goes viral, and it just didn't happen because I'm not posting enough and I'm not posting the right stuff. And now the opportunity, I've got like a month left. I could probably try to do something. I could still try, and maybe I should. But anyways, the landscape is forever changing. Got to keep adapting. And I think that's where a publicist would come into play, because they're like, would help you get into things that I don't think you would normally think to try. And from what I hear, if you hire a publicist and in 6 months you don't see any results, you're not getting the results that you want, then you need to move on and get a new publicist. That's kind of the rule of thumb from what I hear. You could see Cold Approaching a bunch of those 5 to 10K view kind of game dev podcast. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. It's like you just want to reach out as much as you can and try to basically just get people to wish list the game, right? And that's the whole point. You'd say one strength would be how much you've streamed. I would cut a marketing video near release that compiles like all of the stream in like 10 times speed, shows the long-term progress. That could be interesting. I mean, now that I'm like starting to stream to YouTube, I am on Twitch, your VODs delete after 2 weeks, but it stays on Twitch forever. So, on Twitch, it deletes after 2 weeks. On YouTube, it stays forever. So that's good. So like basically my YouTube channel is like my VOD channel, and with a few odd shorts. But starting next year, and once I get the Steam page live, I'm going to be getting a lot more invested into doing more for the social media. Because once I have like a page to send people to, it'll be just much easier, you know? Just to be like, this is where you need to go. Like when I have like a website up and I have the Steam page live. Like right now, it's like I can't tell people the name of the game, and I just have limited. I've like handicapped myself, you know? But I'm almost ready. I'm almost at the point where I can share that stuff. And this capsule art is one of those barriers. So it's good. Things are progressing. Just got to be patient, and it will come together. I'm trying to contemplate what I'm going to do for the site. The website, because I don't want to like burden myself with a massive website by any means. I mean, if I was really ambitious, I'd make like a React site or something fancy, but I am kind of leaning towards doing, I don't know. I might end up just doing like a WordPress site or just something that's like free. Or I might actually just do something that is just a real simple one-page thing, you know? What'd you post? We leave. What'd you post? PP Neil. What's up, Siculus? Welcome in. Pepe. Automod owned. Yeah, you got pwned. What were you trying to post? Like a link or something? Some code. All right, so there's the lines. And I'm going to leave the eyes alone. Leave them black. So yeah. So this is what we did. You can see how I just soften the lines a little bit. And let's work on the orc after we save. What's up, Sachi? You said sites are getting simpler. I would probably look at modern tech product sites like you see on producthunt.com. Well, I'm considering, I think for the site that I want to do something, I just want to do like a one-page press kit. Or like a, you know, it'll probably be like 5 pages or something really simple. It's not going to be this massive thing, but I also kind of wanted to make like a wiki or something that had like a lot of details about each of the enemies and whatnot. But that might come later. Websites aren't like as massive as they're not like as important as they used to be, but I still think they're it's good to have a site. It looks like we got ads. I don't even know if Sachi saw that I said hello. If you wanted to make something ambitious, I would make something like the old Blizzard Warcraft 3 site, which highlights all the units in the game. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. It'd be cool to have that. It's something that's on my mind. If you put your game on itch, it can function as a web page. Are we out? Are we out of ads yet? What, do you have like a copy of like the old Warcraft 3 site or something? Oh, you don't see ads anyways? Oh, well. What's up, Sukolos? I'm probably, yeah, like I'm just going to be putting like the demo and stuff up on Steam. Because I'm going to try to orient people towards like wish listing. And so I'm not really going to be using itch necessarily. Though I could take Steam keys and be selling the game on itch for like thus bypassing the commission that Steam takes. Like, they don't care if you sell your Steam key out of Steam, which I think is pretty cool. So I might have, like, if any of you want to buy the game, like, I might have you buy it from itch so I can get like more profit margin from it. But they say like you shouldn't do that for like the majority of your sales. It's okay to do it a little bit, but like you know, in the end it's like whatever. You know, I value what Steam does, so it's the main thing I like Steam for is the fact that I can sell the game internationally. What kind of game are you making? Are you using OpenGL and C style C++? What's up, Open? I'm making a C++ SDL2 game and building it from scratch. It's a tower defense game, hybrid deck builder game. And the deck build is more like it's supplemental to what's going on. So it's not like a full-on deck builder game. So you got like this tower, which is the tree, and these nodes where you put up like weapons and stuff to build up the defenses of your tower, which is the tree. And you got these ground nodes. You can do the same kind of thing. These enemies come at you, and as you kill them, you got to be like maintaining these things because they will kill the arcanists that you build. when you've killed enough dudes, this purple bar on the bottom will go all the way up, and then you'll earn a card that is like that you've earned from your deck. And then you can play those cards anytime you want to do like AoEs and stuff like that. Damn. Guy freaking wasted my Thornblade. Totoro, Totoro. Totoro. Yeah, and I made all the pixel art, yeah. Totoro, Totoro. And then here's like an example of like when you would earn a card. Except the text is all messed up looking. And I gotta make it so that you can like, without having to click on these to get all this to work. That's one thing I've noticed that needs to get fixed for the scroll bar. Looks great. How long have I been building the game? It's been about a year. And I'm going to be putting it out on Steam next year. Are you able to set attack priority for different weapons? The only thing that you can do, like if you notice at the bottom, there is the little gauge, which is that tiny tree in the middle, which will show up in a second here. And you have your left side arcanas and your right side arcanas. So like, let's say we have Thornblade on the left and the right side. Right now, only the left is going to attack to the left, but if you point, you know, like you look at the little tree, you can point the right to the left. And so you can concentrate fire that way. And an alternative way that you can fire stuff, it's like if something is a ground-focused arcana, like for instance, the Steel Tooth Saw, that can only hit ground units. And so like if the Thornblade is targeting a flying unit, the saw will continue to like fire or, you know, attack ground units, that the closest ground unit that's available, while you're like manually targeting other things. So it's kind of like a convoluted system, a little. It's like just that it's a simple system, but it has a little bit of flexibility. So right now you'll see the Thornblade is targeting the flying dragon, the dragon rider, but the saw blade is still targeting ground units. So it's like you can get some variability in what you're targeting, but mainly you're just like focused on left to left, right to right, and a little mixture therein. Why is the targeting not working right there? So right now the targeting is getting faulty. It's like acting up. I feel like every time I've like had this issue, I haven't been able to like replicate it and fix it. Because I'm not running in like compile mode right now, so I can't debug this. But like right now, it seems like it's fixed to a right target. So I need to have it like double check, like safeguard it, figure out why that's getting stuck. Oh, hey, I actually earned a card for real that time. I killed enough dudes that I actually earned the card. So you would get dealt 3 cards and then you pick the card that you want from the 3 that are dealt. And that goes in your deck. But right now it looks gross because of the extra text in there. But yeah. That's what's going on. So I gotta fix that targeting thing. I am gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So we're just gonna put the art up here, and I will be back in like 5 minutes. But here, why don't we we'll run the game real quick, And I'll load it up with a bunch of Arcanas that are guaranteed to win while I run. All right, I'll be right back. Good luck and be safe. Thank you. I have returned. extra card description, extra like characters. So it looks stupid with all the pipes. Just look like little L's. L L L L. L L L L L L L. I guess the game can't really automate as much as it used to, because now we have to manually be there to select a chord. Select a chord. Ow. Okay. Let's get back to some painting here. You know, I didn't add in any like blue counter highlight. Do I want to add that in? Guess no. Overlay 80. There's one last thing I need to do for the just that taste. All right. Let's see. The hell, are you autosaving? The hell are you doing? I feel like it's getting ready to crash or something.
on.
Son, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Who said C style C++? Let me at him. What's up, Shader? I think I occasionally use C-style casting. And I think I also define my structures like you wouldn't see. I might be a little bit guilty of this, but just a little bit. I will fight you, Shader. What's going on? They wouldn't know a smart pointer if it poked their eye out. I only use smart pointers. I mean, occasional. I mean, SDL2 has a lot of raw pointer stuff, but I use the crap out of smart pointers. Kadao, welcome in. You like your boomer pointers, not gonna lie. I treat my smart pointers almost as if they are raw pointers. Like, I always reset smart pointers in my destructors, which is exactly the whole point of smart pointers, is so that you don't have to do that. And I'm just like, I'm too much of a control freak. What can I say? I've got issues. C style C++ looks nasty. This isn't it. Okay, okay. And iterators. Reinterpret cast should usually be a last resort instead of C cast. I can't remember seeing a C style cast. Well, that's just... I may have gotten rid of the majority of them, but let me see if I have any left. There you go. There's a C-style cast right there for you in the enemy sprite. Are you happy now? Look at that. I do it for the double and I do it for the int. C-style cast. There are freak situations where you have to use a C-style cast though. It's like less code. So I'm kind of like, I could do the static cast int. That's what I typically do. But in the end, I could just search and replace these. Know what I mean? Who cares? The project is worthless now. You should also see how I define my structures. I do that old school. And the thing is I didn't learn C before C++. I started learning C++ first. I've never used C directly. So like, I just picked up a bad habit basically. I don't really do it anymore. Like it's in the code base because it was as I was like, you know, figuring stuff out. But like, I haven't totally removed like all the stuff as I've been learning. And everything's starting to freeze up because I just push save on this, so it's taking all the resources. I use type devs. Yeah, let's take a look. You guys want to see my C-style structures? There you go, baby. C-style C++. It's a nightmare. Yeah, the IDE will warn you in most bad cast, old cast structs. I don't know what you mean. Yep. I think that is very OG. Let me see. Where do I define one? I don't know if I have a contemporary one. Let's see if I do though. So here's the modern version. So I'm using both. Why am I using C style on that page? Because I started it using all the C styles to define the structs, and I just kept with it. And then I just don't know if I'm gonna change it or not, if I care. Who cares? Same thing, different syntax. Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is my code base that I'm using to really learn C++. So I'm kind of just like I'm experimenting with different things and just kind of messing around. And as long as it's not hurting anything, I don't really care. I think in the end, I might bring it more together, but for now, I don't care. It's like an optimization thing. Come on. I'm not perfect, guys. I think the modern version it's like cleaner looking and it's tighter looking. So I think ultimately I would vote for the new version. But I get like strangely attached to methods, and that like structure method is like, for some reason, I just got attached to it for no reason. Type def's just an extra keyword, doesn't make a difference. Is there any reason why I do it? Yeah, like I don't have any. It's just, it was the first way I learned to do it. And then I didn't want to go back and change it all around. Yeah, for real. We love that Ghibli stuff. You're learning to just made a stupid mistake the other day. Welcome to the club. Oh, switching to CMake was a problem for you? You use typedef struct when you want to freely declare objects of the structure name without using the struct keyword. I'm pretty sure I utilize at least the modern defined ones that I did. I don't instantiate them any differently than I would anything else, like the typedef ones, negative. So if you have struct apple and you try to create an object of it called apple X, it would fail to compile if you want to just create an object in that fashion. You use typedef structs. Well, each instance where I'm using, no, it's not true. I do it with smart pointers for the most part, but negative, I'm not sure if I believe you. So let's take a look. So like right here, I create stats count and stats, let's say stats label. And so here is how I define it. I don't know if this, like I'm not defining it as a struct. I'm stuffing it into a vector of smart pointers. Well, this is like an iterator, but this is like what it gets stuffed into when I'm instantiating it. So I'm just, I'm making it a unique pointer like this, basically. So I don't know how that's any different, but to be fair, I'm not just saying stats label X or whatever. Know what I mean? Oh shit. Wrong brush. Get the right brush. Gotta get that sweet texture. C code, you would need to use struct stats label type defs are an alias. Oh, you're saying for C code. Is that what negative was talking about? C requires things. Okay, yeah, negative, sorry. I was like confused. I thought you were talking about C++. My bad. Let me catch up on chat. So yeah, I only know C++. I don't really know C. I just use some C in my code, but I don't really know C too well, obviously. If you want to instantiate the objects outside of the namespace, you'd have to do the type def or else compiler. So I see where negative's coming from now. Thank you, Evo Huns. But you need to type def anyway in C or not. You don't need the type def. You would just need the struct x. So it's like you'd have to be explicit that it's a structure. Oh, negative pointer. If you're going to try to type code into the chat, you need to like avoid like double colons or do stuff to kind of make it not look like a link or have any too many colons. Obscure the code. Make it wrong. Make it so that the automod doesn't nab ya. But if you're trying to share a link, let me know. I can give you a permit if it's something relevant. Type def struct is a thing in C++, C2. P and C are incompatible in many ways, unfortunately. Well, isn't SDL2 written in C? How incompatible can they be? Yes, SDL2, SDL3, Raylib, all C. Huh. It was a link to C++ standard, specifically the spot in namespace identifiers. All right, negative, I'll give you a permit. Hold on. There you go. Go ahead and post it. Beats. It's true that typedef is an alias tool. C++. The better thing to do is using, but it's used to clean up the default C struct syntax and otherwise externally directly define an object in an anonymous struct. If more than one declaration of a particular identifier is visible at any point in a translation unit, the syntactic context disambiguates uses that refer to different entries. Thus, there are separate namespaces for various categories of identifiers as follows. Label names, disambiguated by the syntax of the label declaration in use. The tags of structures, unions, and enumeration, disambiguated by following any of the keywords structs, union, or enum. The members of structures or unions, each structure or union has a separate namespace for its members. What's a union? I've never learned about a union. C++, what's a union mean in C++? Let's learn about unions today. A union is a special class type that can hold only one of its non-static data members at a time. The class specifier for union declaration is similar to class of a struct declaration. So a union is a special class type that can hold only one of its non-static data members at a time. Only one member. So does that mean if you define, let's see, the union is at least as big as necessary to hold its largest data member, but it is usually not larger. The other data members are intended to be allocated to the same byte as part of the largest member. The details of that allocation are implementation defined, except that all non-static data members have the same address. It is undefined behavior to read from the member of the union that wasn't most recently written. Many compilers implement as a non-standard language extension the ability to read inactive members of a union. Union looks like a structure. I guess I don't fully understand. A union is a special class type that can hold only one of its non-static data members at a time. Non-static data members are declared in a member specification of a class. So does that mean if you define a union and you one of your members is like an integer, you can only have one integer in that structure? In that union, I mean? Is that what that means? Thanks for the 10 perm. Oh, no problem. I appreciate the rabbit hole. They're incompatible, meaning the same word syntax means different things. Extrinsic is just simple mangling. Type defs, SDL events are unions. SDL events are unions. SDL events are unions. SDL events. Would you look at that? Whoops. Click. STL event. Union. It is, so they got a uint32, then they have all these other structures or unions. Are these all unions? Or are they structures? So they're that's a structure. And that's an enum, right? So I guess I'm not seeing like multiples of the same so that's my question. If you make a union, can you have two of the same data type? A lot of members, but they are the same memory space. If you have a union that contains an integer and a pointer, then the union will be so large as to fit either one of them, but not both at the same time, and then both overlap. If it's the one, you use the correct member. Oh, so you create a union. It can have any data member it wants, but then you can only use one of those things within the union. So like you said, like, so if I have like two integers, A and B, if I say like, if I give A a value, then that like takes over the union's toast, right? And if I like go and then give B a value, does that like destroy the A? Only one at a time. No, you shouldn't have a union with two members of the same type. Okay. Exactly. Pretty much. Okay. That's weird. This is the first time I'm like learning about unions. I've never heard of that before. So I can see how that's really efficient, because if you define a structure that has like a bunch of data members, then you're just like literally swallowing an entire thing of memory. You're occupying a giant thing of memory where you could have a giant union capable of Like I could see that working like almost like you would imagine a template working, where you can just pass a union to a function as a parameter, and then that means that parameter can accept like multiple types for that parameter, multiple arguments or whatever of like different types, or at least different, not multiple arguments, but this one argument of multiple types, maybe. And I think template would kind of also fulfill that role, maybe. That's interesting. I'm just spitballing here. I think B is undefined behavior, but in practice, yes. They overlap, but that's definitely not how you use them. If it had A and B as an integer, you set A, then B will have the same value. They overlap. But that's definitely not how you use them. So that's weird. I think B is undefined behavior, but in practice, yes. You have a question for you. It's world defining. Use the way to implement vec3. Interesting. Exactly, it's for your own custom dynamic casting. Okay, so yeah, dynamic casting. That's what I'm saying. That'd be interesting. It has loads of gotchas regarding constructor destructures too for members. You basically have to run them yourself. Placement new, delete syntax. Well, I can see though how that it would have less impact on memory consumption. You're not like reserving like a bunch of unused memory. Like I could see that being like a memory saver as well. So it's dynamic casting, saving memory. So you can do some cool shit with unions. So it's like, in its own way, it's kind of like the smart pointer of structures. I'd imagine. I mean, that's how I'm imagining it. Although it's not quite the same, but it's like making memory choices for you. Taking STL events as example, it will always be the size of the biggest inner structure, even if you use it with a small inner structure. Okay, so it's at least though it caps it, you're saying, so that it's never going to be like the total of all of the data members though. It's only going to be the size of like the singular member that gets defined. But it'll like reserve the space for its biggest possible thing. This is interesting, guys. Still learning. I'm just asking dumb questions, hoping I get smart answers. One of the cooler features of C++. Isn't it in C also? Well, yeah, it is, because that's how I found it out, because Evo was talking about, or no, it was Negative, gave us the link for the C thing, talking about how type def was necessary to disambiguate. Like you have to be explicit about when you're using a structure unless you use the type def From what I understand, that's what they were talking about when you're instantiating a structure in C. But in C++, you don't have to do that. You can use the modern or the old school way of defining a structure, and then you just instantiate the bad boy. C++ is cool, man. Correct. Taking SDL event as an example, read that. So let's see. Yeah, for event structs, unions are really good if you want to pass them by value. Much like anything else, you just have to try and implement them, break stuff, and see where you went wrong. It's a beautiful thing. It makes me like maybe potentially want to consider if there's any place where I can use a union in place of a structure, so that I might, because there might be an instance where I'm utilizing a structure that has a lot of members where I'm not using all of the members. But you're saying, but it ultimately can only be used for one of its members? Is that what you guys are saying? Like you can never use multiple members of the union. It's always it just prioritizes the one thing that receives the value, and that's it, right? Because in that case, I don't think I really have like a particular use at this moment for it, but like as in something that's built that I could be converted into that. Type def definitely isn't necessary in C. You can just always type struct some struct instance. Windows headers are full of type defs, and it hurts bad. Union will be good where you pass different classes, but one at a time. Okay, so yes, that's why usually you use structures as members. Okay, okay. So it's like it's like I have these structures, and if I wanted a way to like create a connector, a dynamic casting between these different structures, basically, it'd be like the level up of a bunch of structures. Because that's exactly what was in the STL event. It was just a bunch of structures with some enums and an integer, like a uint 8 or something. Okay, I see where how people are using it. Yeah, but you can stack two unions next to each other in a struct. You almost never have just a union. Okay. So it's just like an advanced memory management. Typical use case is a union in a structure next to some members that tells you a type that contains in the union. Instead of using a superclass / interface, you create a union with a tag to select which struct you use. Instead of using a superclass interface, you create a union with a tag to select which struct you'd use. Maybe a way to avoid polymorphism, I think. So I am using polymorphism in one instance where I have the enemy class, the enemy sprites, and the Arcana sprites both extend the A sprite class. And I'm using A sprite as the underlying polymorphic joiner between those two, because I'm mixing those two together into a vector of A sprites. And I'm using that to mix them together in draw order. And when I'm thinking about if I would use it as a union, so a structure with a union, that would be interesting. But see, then the problem would be in a polymorphic scenario. I just feel like it would be maybe to use a union in lieu of polymorphism would be at least what I'm in my scenario that I'm thinking about would be kind of like overkill. Because you might find yourself in the situation where if you mix, you would still have to be careful how you're mixing your different classes together in the union, because what if you try to call on a function that is not available in one of the classes, right? And polymorphic kind of forces you to think about that and set it up. And I guess you would set it up anyways, but I guess if you didn't want to touch the underlying classes, though, you were trying to avoid that. I could see that's where but you wanted like a polymorphic scenario where you have like a vector of mixed classes, then you would use the union so that you wouldn't have to touch the underlying classes. That'd be like if you're working with someone's code base or something and you needed to do something where you're mixing those together, I guess. That would be like, that's just where my head goes. I don't know. I just learned about it, all right? I'm just like out here spitballing. That's how you learn. That's how I learn. I just kind of like strategize with it. But the fact that I'm already kind of thinking about it on these different levels, it's good, because that means I'm starting to adopt it as a possibility. Instead of using, let's see, I read that. True, you could have a vector of unions then, but you had to know what is where. Yeah. Honestly, though, you only use it if you're optimizing memory hard. It's one of those things you won't use much, but when you need it, you'll be glad it's there. Yeah, no need to force unions when it runs well. Never seen unions used for classes with functions, only for data. Plain old C structs. Okay. Okay. So if you want to have a mix, if you want to have a vector that is a mix of structures or an array, then you could use the union. But when he said polymorphism, that made me think of a polymorphic scenario where you have two classes that have a shared base class, and you mix together a vector of the base class with the two instantiated, extended classes, and then you call through the polymorphic setup, like the draw function from the top down, or like whatever function from the top down. So like when you call on the A sprite, whatever function, it's getting called in the the superclass, I guess, or the parent class, or I guess it's the child, the most derived class. For objects, you can also have a fixed size byte buffer and then use a placement, new, delete, and point into it. It can be less work than unions. For objects, you can also have a fixed byte buffer size and place the new, delete. Cool thing in C++ is you can calculate the buffer size you need using a constant expression. Constant expression is such a wonderful thing. Constant expression, that's so that would be an expression that it's a constant for one, and then it's evaluated at compile time, right? Is that, am I correct on that? Excuse me. I gotta remember constant expression. Constant expression specifies the value of a variable. A function can appear in constant expressions. The constant expression specifier declares that it is possible to evaluate the value of the function or variable at compile time. Such variable and functions can then be used only compile time expression constants are allowed, provided that appropriate function arguments are given. Yeah. So that's going to be less taxing at runtime. All right. Just refreshing my brain. I don't think I use any constant expressions currently. I have like a... I probably have like a million places where I could use it though. I did one time on like stream, like I went through my entire code base and I made every parameter of every function pretty much. I made all of them constants. I made all my parameters constants. Literally, I was just like going through, just marching through my entire code base, making everything constants. Everyone was like making fun of me because I was like, if you have a problem, just slap a constant on it. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was a while ago, but I'm glad I did it because the constants help me to know, just looking at the function itself, whether or not I'm modifying said parameters, you know? Man, there's got to be so much shit I still need to learn. And it's exciting because you're like unlocking like new depths. And that's fucking sick. But at the same time, I don't have like the time to... Like I can only consider these strategies moving forward, not looking back. Unless it's like really vital. And I don't think a union scenario would be particularly helpful at this time. But it's cool to like understand what the hell's going on. So thank you. Thank you, Negative. Thank you, Evo. Thank you, Shader. And Lazy. All you badass mojos helping me. And getting engaged with chat. Always appreciate that. We gotta get shadows. Let's finish up this orc. That's enough code talk. You get in a flow state here. Oh shit. Not X. That's the shortcut. You know what? We got to also add in the red coloring. How do we add that for an orc? We use purple. Ugh. Clip Studio Paint's really starting to slow down. Wondering if I shouldn't restart it. Reset its memory. I'm just going to save it and then restart Clip Studio Paint real quick. Hopefully it'll help. You don't know about that one if I want to be done in the foreseeable future? Yeah, I think any project, especially if it's a learning project, you should for sure make it a scope that is manageable. All right, let's reopen it. And I'm going to close Discord. Art is becoming too powerful. It is. It is. I'm telling you guys. Change this to linear light. And brighter. So we'll delete there. Yeah. What's up, Neon? Oh, no, we're all English here, yeah. PHP's in vowels are unions in the implementation. No way. Interesting. What's good? Just making some capsule art for the game. Currently just trying to add a little bit of skin discoloration here. So on the orc, like on a elf or human, you're gonna get little red spots. But for the orc, since their blood is purple, we're gonna do purple for like the part that has like blood close to the surface. And I'm gonna turn it down. It's not gonna be as, this is like a little bit too dark. But for now, it works. What's going on? Oh, got C. Okay, that's why. Derp. It's like naturally you want skin to be just a little bit discolored here and there. Because it creates more realism. Any demo? The demo is not, I'm like working right now to try to get the Steam page live. But here's the game so far. I built it in C++ and SDL2. No game engine, built it from scratch. Coded it from scratch, I mean I did all the pixel art. So I did all these little pixel dudes and all the little portraits. And so it's a tower defense game where you have different defenses, and when you've earned enough, when you've killed enough dudes, you also earn cards, like deck builder style, that you can use for like AoEs. And so basically, yeah, you're just trying to build like walls and weapons, and they just every time they hit you, they're destroying the arcanas. And if the arcanas are completely destroyed, like all your defenses, like everything on the tree, if that gets destroyed and they hit the tree directly, you will lose. You'll be dead. And so when you kill enough dudes, you also get like your card. So you're dealt 3 cards, you pick a card, and then you're able to like then do stuff. So yeah, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. And I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and not always at the same, sometimes during the day, sometimes during the night, but I'm out here just trying to get it done. It's a bit confusing for you, but I'm an artist or game dev. I am a programmer and an artist. Yeah, I'm both. I'm built different. Yeah, I'm built different. I've been a professional programmer for the past 20 years, and I also went to school for art. I have a bachelor's of science in media arts and animation. So I learned like storyboarding, 3D modeling, animation, and color theory, just everything about like visual storytelling and, you know, video editing, like all the stuff. And then right out of college, instead of like doing any of that, I opened a studio photography business. And then, so I did like studio photography for a while, and then, you know, naturally got into like some video, and then it progressed into web stuff. And I made like Flash games for 10 years. was a photojournalist, like did all kinds of crap. And I've been in many bands. I'm also a musician. Done like little tours and, playing guitar, singing, produced many studio albums. So I've got like a weird, I have like a bunch of experience doing all kinds of shit. And so game dev's perfect for me because it lets me do like all the cool stuff. I get to do music, art, programming, storytelling, all in one tight little package. Ain't it grand? And right now, yeah, what I'm doing today is I'm creating the capsule art. So it's like the cover of the game. So it's just some digital art to like be like, hey, it's the cover of the game, So typically on stream, you'll see me doing pixel art in code for the game. But we need our marketing materials, so we got to get this done. Ah! 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 At least these long saves give me a chance to relax for a second. I wonder, did you need to play a lot of tower defense games yourself to be able to balance your own game? Well, I haven't fully gotten into the balancing yet. I'm like just trying to get all the functionality in, and then I'm basically putting everything through a database so that it'll be easy for me to balance things in the end. But I played a lot of Kingdom Rush. I found that to be a really addictive and fun tower defense game. That's my preference. A lot of people play Bloons. I never really fully got into Bloons. I tried. I like how it does get like really chaotic. It's nice chonky buttons. I like seeing how far they came, but it's not my cup of tea for a tower defense. I like a little bit of story. Like in Monkeys Popping Balloons is like, it's meant to be relaxing and like something that isn't really supposed to ground you in like a story. And Kingdom Rush definitely speaks more to me because you're like these little like towers and these like goblin armies coming to attack you. And so it's more my theme. I like more medieval type stuff, Renaissance, whatever. So I'm trying to think what other, another pixel art game that I really love it's not a tower defense that is influencing my game greatly is Wizard of Legend, the first one. It's a pixel art game. It's one of my favorite games. And the style, like the way they have arcana is like different powers, different builds that you can like run the dungeon with. And just the general like art and the aesthetic and stuff like that is like a big influence for me for this game. And then I'm putting in like the deck builder stuff so that I can put in like deck builder art, and that's, you know, coming from like Magic and Hearthstone. I'm just kind of like just trying to build a system that's fun, not too complicated, just something where I kind of do a bunch of different stuff and I get to just kind of play and have the groundwork for a framework for my next game, which is going to be a roguelike dungeon crawling horror game. That's going to be a bigger scope game, and this code base is going to go towards that. But this initial tower defense game is like, it's the initial, you know, you got to put something out, you got to put anything out to get yourself started, and that's what this is. It's just to get my feet wet with releasing a game full on. I want to change that to Yeah, and the way streams typically goes, you'll see me kind of jumping in and out of flow states. I'll be working and I'll be reading chat and stuff. So I hope the ambiance is good, and if I'm not always talking, I hope that's okay with you, because we're here to build a game. Has any big name hired you? Just asking because you're persuading the same, you're pursuing or persuading the same BS, bachelor's media arts and animation is insane. You could actually do even your own music for the game. That's the hope. The hope is that it comes together. You would be interested in looking at your portfolio because you're literally pursuing the same career. Like, I got into coding after art school because I didn't have the confidence to stick it out and try to become an artist professionally. And it wasn't until now, it's like 20 years later, and I'm like, I figured out how to basically, you know, the final boss is yourself. I figured out how to believe in myself and give myself the opportunity to get good. In terms of like doing something that is of note, things that I've built, the biggest thing that I feel that's relevant is all of the Flash games that I created. I worked as a Flash developer for 10 years before Adobe Flash was destroyed, like just kicked out of the market basically. For 10 years, I made Flash games, and I made like just mini games and like medium-sized little like games that you guys remember Flash games, like Newgrounds type stuff. That was actually how Bloons got started. They made a Flash game, and like Meat Boy, whatever. There's like a lot of places that, or a lot of games that started as Flash games, but I did a lot of stuff. I made little games for movies and like just TV networks, all kinds of stuff out of LA. So like I made a game for like Monster vs. Alien, Cowboy vs. Alien. Did like a little like mail, or it was like a letter printout thing for like SpongeBob for Nickelodeon. I made like a site for Troll 2. I made like a little a set of like Olympic games. There's like 4 little mini games for Apple Jacks, the cereal. So you're like playing as like the apple with a cinnamon stick, like, you know, jet skiing through like a bowl of cereal, just like shit like that. Like a whack-a-mole game for Capital One. I made a quiz game for Disney World. So when you're like going to that Soarin' ride, which is like you sit and you like go for like a plane ride, when you're in line for it, you play like this trivia game. I made the trivia game using like Angular. It's like, that was actually in the JavaScript era, but I just did a bunch of shit over the 10 years, like a bunch of shit. I worked for this, I made extended this game called Club Pony Pals, which is like a game that 9-year-old girls play to like tack up horses and go for rides. And I like implemented the shop and like some new trails and stuff, added some new tack equipment for them. I made like a little room creator for Hotbo. Like I said, I did it for 10 years. I did a lot of shit, but it was all Flash, it was all mini games. That's all my game experience comes from that. That's why I want to make games, because that was my favorite era in my coding experience. Because after that, after Flash died, I went and did JavaScript so that I could pay bills. And I did that for a long time. It worked. But by George, it was lame. I got damn sick of it. And now I'm doing C++ because I want a language that isn't going to disappear like ActionScript did. And I want to make games again. And people are like, why don't you use a game engine? Why are you making the game from scratch? What's wrong with you? And I tell them, I just make games this way. Like when I made games in ActionScript, this is how I made them. I have 10 years experience doing it, man. This is how I do it. You guys use engines. I just always built games from scratch. People paid me money. And it was so much fun. And so now I'd like to not only get back to coding games because it's fun, but in all those 10 years that I was making games for other people, I never once sat down until the very end. I was like, I never thought to make games for myself. I never thought, why don't you just like do your own stuff? And you want to know why? Because I couldn't do art. Like it was a mental block that I couldn't do art. I was like, I would do games if I knew how to like do art. And I went to art school and I was like, how can I not believe in myself? Why am I not giving myself a chance, a shot to practice and get good, get better? I'm not a perfect artist, but I'm getting better all the time. I take that shit seriously. I want to be a good designer. I want to do my own thing. I want to make games, but I want it to come from me. And I want it to be like I built everything for the clients that I did for the past 20 years. Just high integrity. I want that shit to work. I want to like debug the shit out of it, play test it like an idiot's plane, trying to break the game, make it so that it's stable as fuck. And I want it to be cool. I want it to look sick. Just like this, let me hide this art. Let me show you where, this is like the cover overall. I gotta hide this that was like the old orc. So this is like the current cover for the game. And I think this looks sick. Like I think my art has come a long way. And There's going to be like a logo in the middle for the game. Anyways. Honestly, that sounds like a fun career. Oh my God, it's so much fun. Yeah. That's why I was sad when it died, man. And like Flash was just starting to get into 3D at that time too. It was like, if it was still around, it'd be kind of insane. Imagine playing 3D games like right in your browser. That's where it was headed. Like I one time made like I worked on a game that was in Flash, but it was 3D. It was like a wrestler game. Oh my God, that was the first time I ever learned about singletons. That fucking code base was a fucking nightmare. Exactly. People ask, why are you wasting time in learning code when you could make a game in engines? I'm making a game to learn C++. I want to learn the language top to bottom. We just learned about unions today. On stream here, we're talking about unions. Pretty fucking sick what unions can do. They're kind of struct adjacent. Exactly. People ask why. Yeah. People, that's the thing is it's what made JavaScript, getting tongue tied here. It's what made JavaScript lame, because it became like between PHP, WordPress, JavaScript, there's like CMS systems. People just want automated shit now. They want template stuff, pre-built stuff. And with AI, it's getting worse. People just want instant stuff. They don't want people to understand what the systems do. They just want them to work and to be pumped out like in a day. And no one wants to like build something from the ground up that came from them, something that was their architecture that's completely catered to what they're trying to build. And it sucks because then you can only ever do what other people have already built for you. That's you're like, so are they going to let me make this cool intro animation or this cool like customization? I don't know. Are they? Did they build it for you yet? Is it possible? But see, like what I'm doing in C++, I can do whatever the hell I want. I'm not using a game engine, but I can do whatever the hell I want. Anything I want to build, I just think, how do I build this? And not only can I build it, I can build it more efficiently. So I can like make it at first, build it bad, build it wrong. And then look at it and be like, wow, that could be better. That could use unions, or, you know, that could use some polymorphism or something to like optimize it. And I could make it could cut out all the fat that an engine would have. It would just be like, my code bases are going to be catered to the game. So they're going to be just like only doing what the game does. And they're going to be highly efficient towards that end, you know? Mission accomplished. You remember some of the first 3D things in Flash? They were crazy. I know, it was getting interesting. You can do it all by myself. Proceeds to use 50 plus packages. Damn it, is so slow. I use C++, which is a framework, and I use SDL2. That's a graphics library that handles a lot of cross-platform compatibility. And I'm going to be using a lot of extensions to SDL for fonts, for sound, for what else do I need the extensions for? Obviously for like pulling in images, and probably, I don't know what else. Whatever I need, I'm going to be using extensions to do like whatever SDL does. And that's actually what's preventing me from going to SDL3 right now, is the extensions not being fully caught up. But I actually have like my code base, like I have like a SDL3 implementation of my code base, but it's not fully functional yet because like I couldn't get the TTF, the font extension to like compile into the code. Because there wasn't like the same like linkage files. And I'm not using CMake, so I couldn't get it to compile, so I just gave up. I just wanted to see if in a day I could get SDL3 working, and I got close. But as soon as I can, I will do that because I think it'd be fun for stream to be like cutting edge, you know? But in the meantime, SDL2 gets it done. So the only thing I don't like about SDL3 is everything's in floats. Like everything. And I prefer the integers because I'm making pixel art. I don't want them floats when I'm rendering shit. I don't want to be on fraction of a pixel, dude. I need everything to be whole, everything. What do you think of Maya and Unreal Engine 5? Or if you've worked around them. When I went to college, I learned Maya and I learned 3D Max. And I was not a huge fan of 3D modeling. I found it very convoluted, very technical, and I didn't love it. I just got through my classes and moved on. I really just wanted to be a 2D artist, is why I went for that degree. But between 3D Max and Maya, I always picked Maya. I thought Maya was better. But I have, my buddy swears by 3D Max, but those are like some expensive ass programs. There's a lot of really affordable, even free, like 3D modeling stuff that's actually gets it done. So there's really nothing holding you back. Whatever you do choose. But yeah, I don't have like a lot of information or advice about 3D modeling because, like I said, I was never a big fan. That's why I'm making pixel art, because I'm a 2D artist, and I also love pixel art because when I look at pixel, I grew up with it for one. Like when I was 5 years old, the Nintendo 1 came out. My brother was playing Mario, and I was like, "What the fuck is this? Oh my god!" And so I literally grew up with. From Nintendo 1 to like Sega, N64, Super Nintendo, GameCube, PlayStation 1 through what we're doing now. Like, I was there for the whole ride. I had a Game Gear. I had a black and white Game Boy. Like, you know, I did the whole thing, man. So I'm like very... I got a lot of nostalgia for like retro games. And I watch a lot of streams that like look at Amiga games, which is like old school like PC pixel style. Well, it's like Amiga. And those games are sick too. Like it's cool to see like old school pixel art stuff. But I digress. We must make orc do orc things. But yeah, I am hoping to make a livable wage from game dev. That's the goal. So that I can keep making games. I'd rather just spend the rest of my life making games instead of trying to work for some other schmuck that wants me to do everything in AI. That seems like the lamest way to live. It's a great way to let your brain atrophy and to just like become nothing. I'd rather be telling stories and trying to make something I really care about, something that's going to just exist for a while, you know? And I'm out here streaming my process, so y'all get to see whether or not I crash and burn doing this or if it actually goes somewhere. Because I'm putting it all on the line. What's up, Yoshi? Kind of looks like me. Yeah, I think everything I draw kind of looks like me on some level. It's the curse of every artist. They always like a little bit put themselves, you know? The goal today is to get like a nice pass on the orc here, and that'll put me in the ballpark of like being done with this splash art, the capsule art, so that I can get back to focusing on the game. Because as much as I enjoy doing the art, it is a huge time suck. So trying to get through it. Damn it. Sending good vibes. Thank you, Neon. See you around. Have a good one. I'll be coming with more questions. Good luck to you, man. I hope you find a path that speaks to you. But make sure you try to get some skills that pay the bills along your way. It was the work up to this point that is going to let me, you know, take this time to take this risk, you know. Without having coded for the last 20 years, I wouldn't have had the resources to risk it all, you know? Basically sit here and lose money as I'm trying to put together a game and try to get it out there. What I'm trying to do is commit to 2 games, at least. Like, the first game doesn't have to be a big success. It just has to be the tool that teaches me everything I need, you know? Like, if I'm learning a lot about C++, then I'm good. I'm golden. Thank you, APOC. Welcome in. But the second game, the horror dungeon crawler game, that one needs to be like viable, more marketable, and be more of a success. And I'm hoping that will be able to do something financially so that I can keep doing this. Because I know that the only way that I'm going to get real good is if I keep doing it. Was it John Carmack, the guy who made Dune? He made like 1,000 games, or like not 1,000, like 100 games or something before he made Doom. Like, sometimes you got to make a shit ton of games to get good at it before you can really hit big, you know? And thankfully, since I spent those 10 years as a Flash developer, I've made a lot of games, but it was never ones that I was trying to market and sell. But I did build games under like, you know, high pressure situations where clients like, you know, there's budgets and having to be professional about it. So it's like I have a lot of experience doing the thing, but making something marketable, that's what I got to figure out. That's the education, you know. Are you making both games at the same time alone? No, I'm strictly focused on the tower defense game right now. But this code base, I'm building my own engine from scratch with SDL2 and C++, and I'm going to use that same code base towards the next game. So like a lot of the stuff that I'm building for this game, like controller compatibility, localization, the basic structure of the game, I'm going to be able to use towards the next game. So this is like the initial framework for the next game. But that's the only work that's going towards the next game right now. I'm putting everything I have, all my focus and love into this game right now. Because even though I don't know how marketable this game will be, I want it to be kick-ass. You know, like I just didn't do any market research. I just came up with the idea that, oh, like I want to have a game where like a tree is going to get cut down and it can like fight back. That's like was my idea. And I was like, well, I should make a tower defense. That makes the most sense for that scenario. And then here I am doing what I'm doing. What was it? Yeah, there we go. But as I'm building it, I'm trying to make it more and more like appealing and marketable, and we'll get it play tested and try to make it as fun as possible. And I'm going to try to market it until it makes at least a tiny bit of money before I try to make the next game, because I need to understand how to like market on some level successfully before I try to make the next thing, if that makes sense. So even if I have like kind of a soft launch that doesn't do great, I'm going to keep trying to like find ways to market and put it out there. Because I mean, you hear games like Slay the Spire, for instance, when they released, I mean, I think in the first like, you know, month or something, they only sold like 400 copies of their game and like barely anyone knew about it. And that's like nothing. That's like a flop. But they were like, okay, well, we got a good game. It's like really well play tested. We know it's going to be like well received. We just got to get it out there. So they kept figuring out how to market until it became like, you know, it's gross like several million. I don't know if it's like 45 million or some insane amount of money now. They've sold like way more than 400 copies. It's like you don't have to be like instantly successful. You just have to hang in there, fix your game, and put it out there. And hope that you don't just get like review bombed with shitty reviews. And if you do, like, fix it, you know, do your best to try to fix the thing and hang in there, you know, and make sure you like publicize that you're fixing the game, and hopefully you can win people back. But that is a difficult path for sure. That's the type of shit I got to learn. I got to go through that. That's running the gauntlet that I need to run before I do my next game. Because I'd like to have some wisdom from my failure or moderate success, whatever might happen for this game. Who knows? The only thing that might change my trajectory, and this is like the optimistic view of this whole thing, is if this game does really well, like it sells really well for whatever reason, some freak reason, it like becomes really popular, then I would probably spend more time expanding on the game and maybe considering a sequel. But that's only in the edge case that it's like explodes for whatever reason. But regardless of how it does, I am considering doing like a mobile release eventually, because I think it would work really well as like a touchscreen game. And I think that would be a great way to actually basically introduce my game company to like the younger generation, you know, like the Minecraft and like iPad kids that don't touch PCs, basically. But this is going to be a PC game for sure. Well, it is on stream. It's pretty smart. Well, it's hopefully it pans out. And it's like, even if everything flops and it goes nowhere, it isn't true, because like the thing is, I don't need this game to be successful for me to have, like, make sure that if you're going to do something and it takes you a long time, make sure you're getting something out of it. So like, what am I getting out of this game if it makes no money whatsoever? Well, I'm learning C++. I'm becoming like really entrenched in my abilities with C++. Like I'm like, at this point, getting to higher level of strategies with memory management and stuff like that. Stuff that I was afraid I'd never learn back when I was like first trying to like think, oh, should I make games? I should do it in C++. Oh my God, C++ is so hard. It's like the black belt of like programming languages. I can't do it. It's too hard. And I was wrong. I just needed to like sit down and do it. And then I eventually did. So I'm learning C++, and I'm also really refining my design skills, my art skills, and I'm going to be learning a lot about marketing. My social media hopefully will continue to grow. That's like, you know, part of the marketing stuff, obviously. So it's like, if you do something, hedge your bets. You know, hedge the outcome with, even if you fail, you're getting something out of it. You're attempting to learn C++ at the moment. I can do the art side. So you've been drawing all my assets while I learned. It's so much, though. I haven't seen your game, but it sounds pretty cool. Here, I'll show it to you. What I got built so far. And of course, ads are starting. I don't know if you can see through the ads, but this is the game so far. I did all the pixel art, and the little the orc grunt and the troll, the dudes are coming from like the left and the right, come to chop you down, and you have these powers on these nodes you use to build up and fight back. So you got like projectiles, you got floating swords, you got big chain or big like saw blades, you got this barricade, so it's just like a general like damage shield. You have piranhas right now, which is the little piranha plant that like actually does projectile and melee depending on how far the dude is from you. And look, we got the I just finished the Stormcaster recently, and she is a lightning caster, and she does mega damage. So here's a little strat. Have like your barricade up to receive damage, then get your piranhas behind it. So you just sit there and maintain your wall and then attack. Right now she has like a ton of life because I was testing her. So she's a little too OP at the moment because she's too powerful. So I have to like baby this this barricade. And then you can sit there, and as you kill dudes, you earn mana crystals, and you use the money, your like mana in the form of crystals, to like upgrade stuff, heal stuff, build more stuff, and try to kick ass. And then when you kill enough dudes, you earn a card, like deck builder style, which right now the descriptions look really ugly because I added all this placeholder text because I was testing the scroll bar. And then you use that to do like AoEs and blobbity blop. It's like a deck builder tower defense, weird hybrid with beautiful pixel art, and hopefully some decent splash art here for the capsule. Save! What's up, Cave? Welcome in. Oh, you're in the ad, so you missed the whole spiel? What part did you come in? Did you see enough of the game to like understand what it was? I did see we were in ads, and I just went into like the whole like description of the game. and showed it, but hopefully you saw enough of the game to get the idea of like what it is. Oh, it looks like it's saving right now, so the music's like pausing and stuff like that. So the art is massive. I'm doing it at 600 DPI so that I can like make a poster out of this art. So it's the music apparently is halting because it's the memory's getting sucked up by Clip Studio right now because they just keep adding data to this art file and then saving. Yes. Okay, cool. Apox. I'm glad because yeah, I did see we were on ads, but I was like hoping that maybe you didn't see the ad or something. But yeah, eventually there will be a trailer and a Steam page that I could just be like, here, check this out, so that you can understand from that. But that's what I'm working on is all the assets to get that stuff up and running. It's still saving. It's still saving. The music will come back once the Clip Studio saves. Just get him a coffee break here, I guess. All right, seems like we're back. Ba, ba. All right, so I'm getting farther. Kind of want that purple to show up differently. Do you have any advice on where I could learn C++ for game dev? Well, I tend to recommend lazyfoo.net. It's a place where you can learn SDL2 stuff. SDL2 is a good... Well, SDL2 is actually can be kind of difficult at times because it's not the most documented, well-documented thing. But they're working on SDL3 where it's going to be better documented, better documentation. But there's stuff like SFML that you could use. It just depends on like how you're trying to build a game. But I chose the SDL2 route because it was powerful. A lot of notable games use it, and I don't mind a challenge. But LazyFoo is a good place to kind of get started, but it will be difficult at times. Don't let that stop you. Bum, bum, ba-da, ba-dum. You know what, guys? I think that I'm going to find someone to raid. I think I need a little break. I'm not done working on this today, but like I need to go and like eat and relax for a little bit and then come back. But hopefully I'll have the artwork done today, or at least have it like really far along, and be able to be done with the capsule art soon. But I am very stoked with how this art's coming along so far, and it'll be awesome when it's polished. The orc is certainly coming along. But yeah, I think I'm gonna find someone to raid because I want to go and relax for a little bit and recharge my batteries. Because I feel like I need to take some time to relax and get back to it as it goes, man. Looks very good. Thank you, Lazy. Normally, guys, you know that I stream like 8 to like 12 hours usually when I do stream. So 5 hours is like a short stream for me. And I just feel like I need to step back so that I can get in like a deep focus state and really get this done. Because I certainly made progress. We got like the Gantt face fully rendered, which is great. And then like I love how he's looking. I like how the hair texture just feels chonky and good. Got some like grain to it. It's got some life to it. I like it. And there's still like an additional highlight we need to add on top of all this, but I'll do that later when I'm done getting everything done. But anyways, yeah, I need to relax for a little bit, basically go on a lunch break, and then like then I'm gonna come back, not stream, but like just continue work and probably lurk on some other streams. But I will be back on Wednesday, and what I'm going to be focused on this week is continuing to build out the interface for the deck builder system. So I still have to finish like the dynamic animations for the card, like coming into your interface and then being able to actually like play the card, and just trying to make all that stuff look good. There's still like, I need to add like a vignette, some text to the top of the screen when you're selecting your card. And so yeah, I mean, that's basically where probably the next stream is going to be focused on, just mainly coding dynamic animations and maybe a little bit of pixel art too. We'll see. Probably both. Looks great so far. Thank you, APOC. So I'll be back on Wednesday, and let's look for someone to raid. See who's doing their thing. Honestly, I think like streaming during the day like this is like, it's weird for me because I'm all like used to going at nighttime, and I'm like feeling like I'm tired right now. Like part of me thinks, my body thinks I need to be like asleep or something. So I think it's like whatever that is, I think it's catching up with me, and I need to like so maybe on Wednesday I'll try to like stream like later, you know, try to get back to like the evening time, and then keep pushing it back into the late night where my soul belongs. Needs to recharge creativity juice. Yeah, basically I need to like watch a movie and eat some food or something, watch a show, and then I'm gonna sit down again and do it. But you know, we did like a solid 5 hours of work here, and it's good. So I'm definitely stoked with where things are going. And I have to like get this done today. I have to make like significant progress today. And I would like to get the capsule art like through the door sooner than later, you know? All right, I found someone who is looking like they're playing. It looks like a dude has his wife trying to beat his game, his indie game. Looks interesting. Looks like a little pixel art game. So let's go check him out. And yeah. Thank you, Lazy. And I'm sorry I'm not like hanging around longer today. Like I'll definitely be getting like a good, hopefully 10 hours of work in full by the end of the day. But yeah, I just need I need like a mental break for a second. Because it's again, it's like I'm not used to streaming at this time. Like my brain is confused. Like it thinks it should be like asleep, but I'm not exactly tired. I'm just kind of like warped. It's weird. I don't know. I just feel strange. And I'm like, I need to like just relax and see if I need to just rest my head for a second and then come back. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I feel weird. But why don't we get this raid started? And I am going to start our end tradition. Here, we'll do a slow end here. We play the same songs every time I go to end. But yeah, I'm excited. This game's gonna be awesome, man. I'm gonna make it as cool as I can make it, and I think I'm pleasantly surprised with how far it's come, and what I'm especially happy about is the art feeling good. So that part is just, I feel like I should have believed in myself as an artist a long time ago. And that would be my advice to anyone who is out there, whether you're insecure about your code or insecure about your art, just believe in yourself. Give yourself the chance to get good. And you have to be bad first before you get good. It's just the same thing that we all go through. Thank you, Rian, for the stream. My pleasure, Karani. I'll be back on Wednesday, guys. I will be back on Wednesday, but let's start this raid. Let's get it juiced up. And I'm like extending the goodbye. You know, I'm not leaving right away. We're gonna let it just kind of chill for a second. I don't want to just rush out of here, because I like hanging out with you guys. But I will stop the YouTube. YouTube, thank you for watching, and I appreciate you. And I will be back on Wednesdays.